Vaya, hombre. Da igual. Por reabrir. Bien. Por aquí, esto por acá. Bien. Buenas, Franco, ¿qué tal? Ay. Uf. Bueno. Mira, quería ver. Bueno, un poco pronto quería. No, a ver, te vas a tope. A ver, ¿cómo se llama esto? MG. Gaming, pero no netcoins.com. Vale. Vale, vale. Vampyr, venga, vamos a seguir. Joder, me has dejado quedado el segundo acto antes de comprar ahora. Aviso, chaval. Guardado, bla bla bla. No, mensaje mucho.
It's locked, all right.
Bueno, vale. Tengo que solo tengo que. Sí, soy. Porro. No creo que vaya a escribir nadie, pero bueno. Caso. Tengo. Vale, muy bien. Ay. Lo grande, Whitechapel, grande y puto. Esta chica. Subir algo de nivel. Vaya mal. Esto, por ejemplo, todavía no lo usé. Un momento pasa. Pasa. ¿Cuánto cuesta? 100. Más salud no me viene mucho mal. Vale. Tiene sangre. Tur. Sangre. Más barato así. Toda rica, tío, vamos. Uy, no, que vale 2000, vaya. Ya vale. Solo ahí. ¿Qué coño? Solo barato. Euros. Vale, 300. Mira, mira. No tengo ni puta idea de lo que significa, así que de momento no. Te dijimos que valía 500. Bien. De defensa, quiero esquivar. Vale, bien. Vale. Lo voy a dejar así. Al por gastar. Tampoco lo veo. ¿Dónde conseguiré el wow para la planta? Joder. Ah, mira, tengo el 4 ahí. Ah, pensaba que no. Ah, bueno, entonces. ¿Cuál cambio de opinión? ¿Cuál cambio? Señor, puedo tener. Está loco.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you
O
tonight?
sea que tienes que tener dos escogidos.
Rich,
Todos huevos.
vibrant
¿No? Parece
blood.
que.
I have made inquiries about the men who were tracking you, Miss Howcroft.
I did not expect a mortal to have this sort of courage. Speak, Doctor. Why are they hunting me down?
It was a misunderstanding.
I knew it.
If you'll accept some advice from a petty mortal.
You are right. And you
Thank you. I'll leave you, Miss.
Ah, que me dio la buena. ¿Mm? Volvamos. Encuentra a los habitantes a Richard Miller Hot. A que la que vaya a ir revisando todo.
It's closed. Better go home, sir.
Ah, no, si la T es para mostrar esa mierda. ¿Cómo coño? Ah, con la... Además creo que tiene una cierta aceleración esta cámara. ¿Qué podrá quitar? A ver, déjame. Veamos juegos. Let me check. Save game. Configuration. Windows editor que hardware input así Nightmash. Espera, voy a disable mouse acceleration out of game. Ah, vale. The game has terrible acceleration. A ver. Gay. Así. Oh. Botón of the file. Guardar. Vale. Así. Da la vida. ¿Verdad? ¿Qué? Pues Blanca. No es un ella, es un él. Y no hay. ¿Cómo se dice? Inclusividad. Es el doctor. ¿Cómo es? Nombre, no me acuerdo ya. No sé qué, Reed. No me acuerdo el nombre. Hay que joderse. Vamos. Vale. Vale. Venga, Blanca, descansa. Todo bien. Son las 12. Chao. A la izquierda. Por hacer algo. Me voy a la izquierda. Vale, a ver qué tal te fue. Te dijeron algo. Muy bien. Descanse usted. Bueno, te dijeron algo o lo que sea. Buenas, Nils, ¿qué tal? Me quedé todavía algo. Joder. Vale, cuidado.
This is despicable.
Bueno, viendo ratas. La gripe española. Oh. Oh. También. A ver si se jode Blanca. Joder. Me cago en Dios. Pero no me des a mí, hijo de puta. No, me dan a mí, tío. Hay que joderse. Ay, ay, ay. Puto este.
It's locked, all right.
Cerrado.
It's a killer!
Super killer. Super killer. Aquí, si me equivoco. A ver. A ver. Sí. Camino antiguo. Pues, sí lo hice, sí. Bueno, otro distrito no. No sé cómo llamarlo. El distrito diciendo todo. Lo que son. Bueno, pero vamos a empezar.
Steady! We have to stop it!
Yo por joderme. Yo bien, ¿y tú qué tal estás? ¿Me cené? Ah, te igual que antes. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Una hora? Igual que antes. A ver. Bueno, todo rápido. Puedes correr. Ay. Uy. Y mejor. No me dejo. Va. Aquí hay muchos chorros. Hay muchos más por ahí. Mira ese, que va con una cruz. Pequeño flipado. Mira, va cruzado. Reverendo. Oh, mamá. Uf, uf. Cuidado, que este pega. Esta madre. No, no puedo ir ahí. No puedo ir aún. Deja aquí. Nada, nada, que por culo. Por otro lado.
Sorry, sir. No admittance.
Las mierdas.
One of them. It's a leech.
Necesito su sangre. ¿Cómo me pongo las botas? ¿Cómo pongo las botas? Hago una
I
misión.
cannot enter.
A ver.
It's locked.
Pues. Estos son como el centro, entiendo yo. Estos son calles. Calles. Vale, calles. Eso. Fácil. Ya ha estado.
It's locked, all right.
El morío. Una puta parece. Eso parece una puta. Prostituta.
How long have we known each other? We even used to be neighbours, for Christ's sake. I prefer not to keep you in a...
Hello, young man. I'm Dr. Reed, and I would like to ask you a few questions. May I enter, please?
Sorry, no, sir. My father does not like people entering our house, you see.
Your father is worried about you, boy.
Da miedo
He
eso.
asked me to look for you.
So my father actually worries about me then? Okay then. Come on in. I'm Harry, by the way. Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
Estoy en la casa de los... Ya.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
Bueno, ya tenemos aquí a un niño emo. Qué bien. Un niño emo que me deja mirar en los
Even my
cajones.
dream-
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
How do you feel?
I'm fine. I mean, it's not easy every day, but I'm fine. I'm just tired of being sick all the time. If only I could be tough like... Well, you know.
Speaking of which, what can you tell me about your father?
My father is an idiot who makes idiot things. That's all I have to say.
Forgive my bluntness, young man, but you don't seem happy living in Whitechapel.
Why should I? I never wanted to come here in the first place. It was my father's decision. And look around you. Does this look like a nice place to live?
You have a roof over your head, a place to call home.
Apoyar.
Many people here are not as lucky, you know.
That's exactly what my father says. Harry, you should be grateful for what you've got. But I wasn't even consulted when we moved here.
Vale.
If life here is so terrible for you, why don't you just leave this place? Have you ever spoken to your father about it?
I don't go outside. It terrifies me so. I went outside once without my father noticing and I saw terrible things. Bloody and frightening things.
So that's why you stay at home all day? For fear of the epidemic?
I'm not afraid of disease or death, Dr. Reed. It's the living I'm afraid of.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane?
Yes, I know her. She came here to examine me. Yes, I know
Okay.
her. She came here to examine me when I was very sick. She said I should go out more.
Goodbye, young man. Take care of yourself.
Ojos más raros.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
Temo.
It's locked.
Cabeza de rechazo. Creo. Eh. Bueno. Loretta Swanborough. De la mujer, entiendo. Vaya, vaya.
It's locked.
Bueno. A ver, espera, tiene agotamiento. Curarlo.
Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure. Sure.
Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
Do you need any medical help, young man?
Yes, I do. I feel so tired. I
Está
don't know if
jodido.
it's the epidemic, but everything's
Buenas, Santiago.
so hard.
Tal. Hace mucho que escribiste. Acabo de ver el mensaje ahora.
You'll feel better with this. But you need to get a grip, young man. Medication alone won't cure melancholia.
I'm not sure I'm happy with the idea of living long in a world like this. But I thank you for your concern, sir.
Vale.
Goodbye, young man.
Vaya emo.
Take care of yourself.
Niño emo. Ay.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid. Time to pay, one way or another. You're late. Where's my money? Welcome, sir. Please take a browse of my wares.
I am Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
Where's my money?
Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist? I didn't answer the first one, so piss off.
I'm not a journalist, I'm a doctor.
A doctor, you say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
Really? But still, here I am.
Jonathan.
Dr. Jonathan Reed, at your service.
I'm Joe Peterson to some, but Colossus Joe to most. And I don't remember asking for your service, sir.
May I ask what you do around here?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more. Now sod off.
According to you, physicians are scarce in this part of town. Why is that?
Not familiar with this neighborhood, are you? I guess your fancy colleagues are too afraid of being stabbed in the back.
This part of town does have quite a reputation. Would you say it's justified?
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the eye before knocking him out.
Why do you keep on working for the gang, Joe? You know it doesn't suit you.
It's true, I hate this job. And I know I made some bad choices, but I'm a wet boot boy now, and people won't forget it.
You could leave tomorrow. Start another life in another town.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor. We are poor. My son's weak, and there's no way he'll endure another disappointment.
Harry doesn't seem happy living in Whitechapel. Why did you make him come here?
I've always put my son's interests above everything else, whatever he may think. Our house is small but affordable. The walls are thin, but the door is solid.
You really love your son, don't you, Mr. Peterson?
He's my pride and joy. Even if he hates me for the choices I make and pushes me buttons more than he should.
Since the criminal nature of your job means you could be arrested, are you not afraid of what would happen to your boy if you were?
No one will ever take my son away from me. If that ever occurred, I'd hunt the bastard down and rip off his head with my bare hands.
Do you have any regrets?
Only one. Not to have my beloved wife by my side. She died when Harry was little. My sweet Jane. She gave the boy confidence.
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane? She's a colleague of mine and is supposed to live around here.
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
A ver este que me...
Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your focus, do you? Have you heard of a nurse called Dorothy?
Nurse Crane. So the bitch really is a nurse, then? Always thought she was just some crafty foreigner, that one.
Yes, she's a nurse, and quite a good one. What did she do to gain such notoriety?
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Craniu. Something like that. Came to England fleeing the war, I was told.
La
That
romana.
doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and prescriptions for free. I offered to sell it for a fair cut, but no. Miss Crane wanted to play the quiet saint.
How is business around here?
Business? I have no business. Between this racket, theft, and customers getting scared, I'm losing money every day.
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, he's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
What you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like hell. Those men were raving lunatics, I tell you. Not even able to speak anymore, just screaming.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago, some blokes jumped me. Came out of one of the condemned workshops. Fever, madness, something like that.
Where did this happen? Why did you go there?
In the closed workshops nearby. I worked there as an apprentice in better days. Now I only go to find trinkets or tools. Too bad I was mugged, though. There was good money in that little box of loot I lost.
A ver qué
Right.
vendes.
Show me what...
Voy a decirme lo que tengo. Opio. A ver un momento. Ah, que van a salir. Joder. No tengo ahí. Vado a bait. Dar Petrescu.
Good evening, sir. Do you remember me?
If you're here for a reward, you'll be sorely disappointed. But I'll gladly shake the hand of a fellow countryman.
I'm not here for a bounty. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed from the Pembroke.
A doctor? In Whitechapel? What an opportunity. My name's Bates. Cadogan Bates.
Do you require assistance, Mr. Bates?
Not me, but your skills could help a lot of people round here. That would help my business, because I say, a live tenant's a paying tenant.
Since I took an oath to help people, can I be of assistance?
Well, seen better days, that's for sure. But it was bound to happen with all these refugees about.
Infecting you is probably the last thing on these people's minds. Take this, in any case.
What? You give me this for free? Don't have a clue about this place, do you?
I'm looking for...
Dorothy Crane, bless her soul. I really should thank her someday.
Has she treated you?
No. When I need a checkup, I'd go to a bloody doctor, not some back alley clinic full of sick foreigners.
It's unusual to see someone so happy around here, especially considering the current situation.
Why should I be sad now? There've always been wars, disease, tragedy. There always will be.
That's an unusual way of seeing things in these trying times.
I don't see why I should shed a tear for another man's woes. I'm healthy, and I intend to stay so.
What is your business exactly?
I offer fair lodgings for a modest price to the poor and weary of Whitechapel.
I see. And what about those who cannot pay?
Well,
Ay,
deals
cabrón.
can be done, if you know what I mean. Money's not the only currency. After all, I'm not immune to a pretty face.
Guarro.
In other words, you take advantage of these poor lost souls.
Begging your pardon, I thought you was a man who could appreciate the complexity of the modern world. Things ain't just black and white, you know.
What help could I possibly be to your business?
That's simple. I already get good money from all those fleeing the war. Can you imagine what they'd be willing to pay if I could offer medical assistance too?
Mr. Bates, do not make me regret saving your life in this quarantine
Cabrón.
zone.
I understand, Dr. Reed, you're from a good family. Don't want to get your hands dirty. That's fine. I'll be happy to act as your middleman.
I've no interest in money. Perhaps one night I will visit you and take what I require. If that should happen, there will be no need for a middleman.
So it's a no then. That's too bad. The Reed tonic could have really helped people, you know, save lives. Isn't that what you do? I mean, people buy that Swanborough shit.
Tell me, what's your honest opinion of the increasing violence in London?
People are just beginning to discover what we've always known. This city's rotten to the core. They just took their bloody time to wake up and notice it.
What do you mean?
People are acting like the violence is news. But it's always been savage down here. It just bubbles to the surface every now and again.
You seem to have recovered well since your attack. Do you ever think about what happened to you?
Not much. It was a fucking nightmare. Savages, absolute bloody savages. Their appearance. Jesus. That made me want to puke.
You'd better not come back here. I won't be around next time to save you. I want to know everything about the recent violence, Cadogan. And I want the truth.
Well, rent may be a bit high, and yeah, I've had to evict a few people. But that's business, isn't it?
I don't believe even you deserve such a cruel fate, though you have tested my patience beyond its limit.
Glad to hear. Nice to know there's another civilized individual in these parts. Not like those bloody savages.
Goodbye, Mr. Bates.
Mr. Bite, como el de Psicosis. Par.
It's locked.
¿Dónde llegué antes? Tuve que ir a... Ah, para que ven... Mierda. Ah, pues ya que era puta entendedora.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has
Bueno,
spoken
Raúl.
of your research, sir.
Obviamente no.
I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
Cuando es...
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say Camellia the mute florist who gives away her flowers.
What do you think of the locals?
Most of them are afraid or desperate. They all come to me eventually for my remedy.
Is there anyone I should avoid?
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
Loretta, your miraculous formula wouldn't even cure a common cold, and you know it.
The Swanborough's cordial secret ingredient is hope, Doctor. And it's something people around here really need.
A placebo effect is real and has benefit. But in your case, you could be murdering your customers who may die because they are not receiving the necessary medical attention.
Medical attention? In Whitechapel? Trust me, my cordial is the best option they have, since it is the
Tan guapo
only
está aquí con la
one.
pseudociencia.
If your true purpose was to help, you wouldn't take money from the poor for your snake oil.
Oh, but to pay for it is part of the process, Doctor. If it were free, they wouldn't believe in it.
Bah. Vale. Está. Nada.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
Hija puta, a ver qué ve. La perra. Perra. Caray. Un poco raro.
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
Okay.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye. No. En serio. Vale.
I cannot enter.
Todo cerrado. Buenas, Alejandro. Bien, la verdad. Como todos. Bueno, bueno, ya que ya acabo, que ahora es lunes. Sí, siempre es bien. Siempre es bien. Está entretenido. ¿Qué? Mola ahí. No. Obviamente.
I have this thirst for
Pero bueno.
blood.
Es de los mismos. Los hicieron Life State. Sabemos que van a estar toda la puta vida haciendo juegos de quinceañeras. Flipadas y malcriadas. Otra vez,
Can I
tío.
help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
A gun, alcohol.
The wet boots will be proud of me.
¿Qué hace?
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? If you know anything about her, I'd appreciate it.
Never heard of her. She's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medication?
Hey, I didn't do anything, it ain't me.
Medication and drugs are a rare commodity in East London. So you picked an easy target, didn't you?
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a soldier in the war, so now he's got the right to shoot me.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town. Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself another guide.
Goodbye, young man.
No me da más para investigar a este chavalín. Este chavalín. Vale, a ver. Tomando algo.
Benjamin. Can I help you?
I'm afraid not.
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another.
The doctors called me a liar, a coward. Put me in a straitjacket, locked me up. Finally, they sent me back to the front lines with a handful of tablets.
It's a pity that doctors still practice such barbaric methods.
No puedo.
It's a dishonor to our profession.
Now only the pills stop me thinking about this shit. To not hear the explosions. I'm even scared of the dark these days.
Vale.
A gun, alcohol.
Vale. Aún así sigo sin buscar a los que vine a buscar. Aquel. Bar.
I must insist,
Okay.
sir. Please let me
Ah,
see
no.
Nurse Crane.
I have no time for you, sir.
Ah, vale. Bar. ¿Dónde será?
It's locked.
Perhaps I should only...
Could be the answer to all your problems, as long as you have the money.
Un poco raro lo de, lo de las zonas y demás. No me claro dónde hay que ir. A ver, pues. Ah, bueno, espérate. No tengo que ir ahora. A ver si las pegas, que es más fácil. Seguro que luego se abre alguna cosa.
Please, I don't have your money.
Tartan.
Come on, Barrett, you know the game. And you pay for peace of mind. Can't you just look the other way this week, Joe? Come on, we can sort it out, right? It's not my call, Barrett. You pay one way or another. Please, Joe. How long have we known each other? We even used to be neighbours, for Christ's sake. I prefer not to give you nothing, Barrett.
Pura.
Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son. Father Tobias Whitaker is
Padre,
always happy
cuidado
to
con el
teach
padre.
mortals about the incoming Armageddon.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few questions.
A scientist? You are much more lost than I thought, my son.
Okay.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor that Nurse Crane you mentioned.
So you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential for modern healthcare.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of male patients. It's obvious only they have the necessary moral fiber.
Ahora. A ver. Perdón, es que estaba dejando un audio de
So you're
WhatsApp.
not exactly a fan of
No
Florence
le.
Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential for modern healthcare.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of
Vaya,
male
vaya.
patients.
Son
It's
guerras.
obvious only they have the necessary moral fiber.
Vaya. Vaya por Dios.
Why do you hate Nurse Crane more than other nurses?
Before coming to London, she was a member of the communist resistance in
The
her
communist.
country. That's what happens when you let a woman get
¿Para qué
involved
contate
in
más?
politics.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences, and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
I am. But the answers I seek are based on facts, not superstition. What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences, and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your so-called truth.
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions
Madre
from
mía.
the abyss.
Para el cuento.
Really? And what would be your answer to this biblical threat?
We must fight the disease before this legion outnumbers us. But not with scalpels and microscopes. No.
What is left then?
Cleansing fire.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than
Qué voz
once
más
this
sospechosa
city
tiene
has
este cura,
risen
tío.
from the ashes,
Mal rollo.
hardened
Ay, ay,
and
ay, ay, ay.
purified by the
Ay, 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 ay. Mal rollo.
Fire is just the instinctive answer of a caveman facing something he does not understand. This is the 20th century.
Your lack of faith is predictable. But my task is to convince rational minds like yours to see the light. This is God's will.
You're mad and dangerous. You're nothing but a soulless butcher. A small-time Torquemada. The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free gift, go listen to the lies of that pompous fool, Joseph.
Joseph, a fool?
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
Madre mía.
What do you mean?
Also,
Quite a...
Are you?
Well, what do you mean?
No. Bueno. De malo, ¿no? Dar. Vale.
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you could help me since you're a journalist. My name is Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Reed, the famous surgeon. I'll
Sí.
gladly help if
Ya
I'm
tiene
able,
caso.
sir.
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza? It's as though none of you care.
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
If no one stops it, this epidemic could turn into a scourge. It may kill more people than the war itself.
Yes, this is another kind of war, but just as deadly. History will judge us all for what we did and what we did not.
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth. I saw many reporters do the same during the war.
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies. I want people to know them.
That's quite honorable of you. But is the public interested?
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent journalist, hoping to sell some stories.
Have you any idea of the danger you face in these streets at night?
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this, Doctor?
That science is unable to explain the facts doesn't mean there is no rational explanation.
I confess, I share your point of view, Doctor.
Obviously, no?
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
I'm a doctor, Mr. Darby. I care about everything involving public health and this epidemic.
Are you sure you're not just concerned about the repercussions that a scandal involving a certain Nurse Crane from the Pembroke Hospital would bring?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby. What do you know of her accomplice, a man named Darius?
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious. Never goes out. Doesn't seem to have any friends or family.
He has no relatives at all?
No. Except for that strange man, a poet named Richard Nethercott, who sometimes comes by. Darius would never let him in.
Where can I find this Mr. Nethercott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel, talking to himself or declaring verses. These days, you can
Declamador.
find him behind the church.
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
Goodbye, Mr.
Goodbye, Tolai. No creo que sea ya. Supuestamente son de los buenos, ¿no? Porque cazan vampiros, pero como vienen a cazar a mí, pues dejan de ser buenos. Venga. Puta madre. Mira, hace tejidos de perrito. Trololo. ¿Qué dice, hermosa? Aquí anda. Aquí andan. Aquí chupando unas sangres, pero poco. De momento no me comía a nadie, ¿eh? Solo estoy a los que me atacan. No me comía ningún personaje. No sé cómo va el juego, pero te comes a los personajes, digamos, a los NPCs. Uy, te comes a los NPCs y ya tienes ahí un boost de experiencia y eso. Pero de momento me estoy controlando. Estoy pegándome y subiendo nivel lo que puedo, pegándome. Vampiro de buena persona. Exacto.
This could be the box. Lewis.
Una carta, a ver. Barrett. De Frank. No podemos continuar de este modo. Por el culo no que me da. No, por lo menos no, yo no puedo continuar así. Ah. Sí, es normal, es normal. Ah, es que si no tendrías que matar seguro. Seguro, porque estuve bastante rato sin subir de nivel. Y llegó hasta que llegó un momento ya que me metieron unas hostias de la Virgen. Entonces ya tuve que... De todas maneras no subí mucho, ¿eh? No subí mucho. Porque valen perras. Valen perras. Bueno, sí, eso también. Que dicen que empieza a haber más bichos, ¿no? Y se complica, no puedes hacer las misiones y demás. Bueno. Que la verdad, sinceramente, no me... No sé, si no puedo hacer las misiones ya. ¿Dónde va? ¿Por ahí? Chap. Oye, chapero blanco. Santiago. Tuve que deshabilitar también la aceleración del ratón. Era un horroraco. Y ahora bueno. ¿Qué pasa? Como lleva tanto rato jugado, pues bueno, al final. Estaba medio acostumbrado, pero. ¿Qué va, qué va? Una mierda la aceleración en el ratón. Al principio de todos los tiempos yo jugaba al Left con la aceleración en el ratón. Ahora ya no quiero aceleración para nada. Y bueno, y en tercera persona menos. Porque como la cámara hace lo que le sale a los rabos, se acerca, se aleja, cosas raras. Tengo que hacer un ajuste y le meto así un poco rápido. Me hace un giro de la hostia. Y no quiero, me da miedo. Pero bueno, está solucionado. El problema que hay que hacerlo, hay que buscarlo, claro, y hacerlo por editando un ficherín. Bueno, por ahí no hay nada, creo. ¡Ay, Dios mío! Oh, ¿qué estás de descanso tú? De momento sí, pero tampoco avance mucho porque estoy haciendo... O sea, la historia me va molando lo que va saliendo, vamos. Pero quiero decir que la historia principal en el acto 2 todavía va muy despacito porque estoy haciendo todos los secundarios que encuentro. ¿Qué es? Ah, es el último día de vacaciones. Muy rico. Ah, nada, este es pesado. Este es el pesado que no me deja entrar. Vale, nada, después por fin no. Para ahí, nada. La carta de Barret.
You never lose your... I found this box in an abandoned building.
Pues que tienes un juegazo, el 2 me moló muchísimo.
Let's have a look.
Muchísimo.
Yeah, this is mine.
¿De qué era?
So, you faced those loons that roam around there. Extraordinary.
I suppose I was
Luck is a commodity round here. Yours should be properly
Si los del Fallout, tío, metiesen la pasta que meten en los proyectos, que no hacen como un Wasteland, Fallout Origins o algo de eso, pero con un buen presupuesto de la hostia. Pero los del Wasteland son indies prácticamente, ¿eh? Bueno, ahora en el 3 creo que les dio pasta a Microsoft un poco, alguna empresa gorda puso pasta ahí. Hay algo aquí que me traen a la batería del móvil. Dios. Lo he metido frío. Pas de Xbox. Ya, pues. Bueno, y el 2 lo tengo. El 2. O sea, no me lo pillé. Me lo pidieron en un Humble Bundle también.
Barrett, you had an affair with Joe's wife, didn't you?
Yeah,
El cotilleo.
She's the only woman I loved. My first regret is that she stayed with Joe after Harry was born. The second is I never shed a tear when she died.
Did you ever try talking to Joe?
Never. But I suspected he knew everything, even without knowing it. And he decided to make me pay in his own way.
Do you mean you're Harry's father?
No one will
Cotilleo
ever know
total,
for
eh.
sure. And it's better that way. And I don't believe I'd have been all that bad as a dad.
¿Cuándo? Claro, estoy drenando la batería, me está drenando, pero bien. no carga ritmo del USB al PC. Vamos. ¿Qué funciona? Bueno, por el rato. Vale.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
Cheap price, good quality.
You again? What do you want this time?
Vale.
How did you become the local bully everyone is afraid of?
Dale, dale.
There's no pride in roughing up poor bastards. But this is
Te vas al
what
Wasteland.
I found,
Ah,
and it pays well too.
no, imagino que no, ¿no?
So you're racketeering for
Sí.
someone else?
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks.
Ah, vale, vale, guay, guay.
For their dirty work.
Most people don't become thugs when unemployed. This is a choice you made.
I don't care what you think, sir. I do what I have to do for my own reasons, and that's that.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your by all means necessary philosophy, sir.
Oh, do you really think he's the poor victim here? Barrett can be as sneaky as anyone. Long ago, I even called the bastard my best friend.
Dale caña. Vale.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Goodbye, July. ¿Está loca? ¿Quién está loca? El coño.
Don't be shy, handsome.
Así es puta.
What can Christina do for you?
I'm
Cristina.
not looking for what you're selling, but I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. I'm a doctor.
¿Qué tiene en la cabeza? Lefa.
All right then, but be quick. Though I usually get paid
Pueden
when I
pagarme por
open
haber
my
lavado.
mouth.
Una popa.
Christina, have you been examined? The epidemic is spreading fast in London, and you could be exposed, or expose others.
I don't like doctors or hospitals, but I don't like you asking questions.
Considering your line of work, I assure you it is only a matter of time before you have...
Line of work.
If it is going to happen, it will happen. Right now, I need money. That's what's important.
Me da ahí como marcas, como de herpes, por la boca.
You can put your own life in danger.
Está muy
That's
rico,
your decision. But what about your clients? If you're contaminated, you will put them in danger.
White chap.
And you think that would worry me? If you knew the men I deal with, their health would not be what you'd worry about.
Clayton Darby claims he will expose the crisis in Whitechapel to all of London. Do you believe him?
I believe Clayton's courage will erode with time, until he finally leaves Whitechapel to start another fight somewhere else.
Sería 46%. Pero... Porque pago. Qué raro es esta versión de antes. No, había unas putas actualizaciones de las cosas que no encuentro. Ay.
Why this skepticism?
How can you speak about starvation if you've never been hungry? Or about poverty? Or anything else you have never suffered from?
Are you talking from experience?
I've seen your type come here to get a good fuck in a cheap room or a dark alley before going back to their fancy houses in the West End.
Tell me about yourself.
Are you joking with me? People don't usually come to see me for conversation.
I have no interest in your work. I am, however, curious as to what led you into this career.
Short story. The war, exile, and England. This country is not especially welcoming. I've been refused many jobs because of where I am from. I had few options left.
I always thought I was the master of my own fate. But now I know we don't always have control over our lives. I don't judge you.
You know, this money is not only for me. I have good reasons to need this money quickly. But it is not your concern, Doctor.
Do you know Nurse
I don't know her, but I know her name is
Crasionescu.
Dorothea Crasionescu. She came from Romania like me and many others.
You seem to respect her.
Dorothea helps the sick people of Whitechapel. Everyone should respect that.
Goodbye, fly.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
Pay me a glass and I'll be gentle. Pay me a bottle and I'll be nasty.
Ahora mismo no me acuerdo cuál era el boss final de ese juego.
You look so
Dead.
pale, my lord. Would you like me to revive you?
Pero no saltaban en la base secreta. No me acuerdo. Clayton,
Good evening, Doctor. Can I help you?
no can I help you? Can I help you?
Do you need assistance?
That would be nice of you, Doctor. Who knows what I may have caught during my investigation.
La de coger.
If you persist in investigating the most pox-ridden boroughs of London, you must accept the risks.
Thank you, sir.
Como que me raya un poco esto de las conversaciones.
Christina
Me raya.
Popper claims she sells her body because she can't find any other work. Do you believe her?
Of course I do. Her story is exactly what I want my readers to understand. We live in an intolerant and divided nation.
Do you think things will ever change, Mr. Darby?
I believe the situation can only improve. And now that women can vote, I'm convinced things will change.
Vaya, vaya.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby.
Cúralo. Acabo de fijarme que el que sale el nivel del malo, tío. Y sale en verde. Pero está en rojo. Mira, sale en amarillo. Ya es más fuerte. Sí. No debería vacilarlo tanto, pero bueno. Me dan unas hostias. Se mueren todos. veces es un poco... Topera. Abre. Está cerrado. Luego. Hay un bloco ahí. Entonces bastante... Poeta este.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions.
Please be my
Hostia,
guest. Although I may not be the best informant regarding this part of town, my words speak about that which the eyes cannot see.
Really? Are you an artist of some kind?
I'm a poet, sir. Richard Nethercott, at your service.
ask what you're doing at this hour of night, sir? Do you live here?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure of a quiet walk. Though night talks are always preferable, if you ask me. Especially with strangers.
But are you not afraid of the epidemic?
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu. No flesh should be saved, say the scriptures. Good or evil, rich or poor, all are equal in the eyes of the flu.
If you say so. But as a physician in a time of epidemic, I must caution you to avoid unnecessary...
Thank you, Doctor. But we both know the seeker of truth has to go boldly where the weak dare not.
What are your thoughts on the terrible situation in this city?
Terrible, you say? No. Of course, the death of so many innocents is a tragedy. But the scourge has not been all bad for the city. Oh, no, sir.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember London before the flu? Noisy, cacophonic, quiet nowhere to be found. And now, listen to this oddly peaceful silence.
Yes. The enjoyable silence of the grave. You have a unique perspective on the situation, I must admit.
Most people fail to understand my perspective. I don't blame them. But how could I call myself a poet if I veiled my feelings?
Wow.
Are you aware that your life could be in danger in this part of town?
But this is where I must be to feel the real beat of the city. I had to come, see it for myself, alone.
If some misfortune came upon you, who would be here to help you?
Well, you for a start, my dear doctor.
I understand your need for solitude, but it's not safe around here.
I don't care. I don't have many friends, Doctor, and my family despises me.
Spy.
Tell me, Mr. Nethercott, why seek inspiration in Whitechapel?
The place is not beautiful per se, but how to explain it? Stirring and challenging.
Do you not think it a little morbid?
On the contrary, sir. Whitechapel is full of life, full of beauty. Just like my dear muse, the wonderful Camellia.
What can you tell me about Camellia?
Not much. And that's the beauty of it. She can't speak, you know. She's a locked mystery who exhales kindness and sweetness.
Perhaps you're just afraid to find out the truth about your muse.
One day, perhaps, I'll ask her to come with me. But will she still be my wild flower of Whitechapel if she moves uptown?
And have you ever tried to learn more about her? Where she lives? How she survives? Whom she may know?
Maybe I prefer she remains an enigma. Reality can be so dull, don't you think?
Do you need medical attention, sir?
It may be wise to let you prescribe me something. I don't feel like I should.
I understand your appetite for words and macabre beauty, sir. But you should be more careful.
The nutrition of my mind is more important than my physical health. But I appreciate your concern, sir.
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part of town, is it not? I'll be glad to help you, if I can.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane, a nurse who lives in this vicinity.
Dorothy Crane. Oh, I love the name. The Crane of Whitechapel. Sounds very mysterious. But, sorry, no, never heard of
her. What can you tell me about an old man called Darius?
Darius Petrescu?
Darius.
Yes, I know him. At first, I thought he was only a small publisher. I invited him to publish my work, but his reaction was pretty clear.
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old political activist who takes delight in printing tracts and lampoons. Those communist activities only require mediocre writing skills.
I'll leave you alone.
Morbidity can breathe its own beauty and grace.
Ay, hombre, entera uno. Que vive aquí en este. Tuguri.
Good evening, Mr. Nethercott.
And good evening to you too, my good sir. Can I be of any help?
You don't really make a living from your scribblings, do you, Richard?
No, sir, I don't. I work so hard. I put all my time, my energy, my devotion into the precise carving of words.
Still, you don't seem to suffer from poverty.
With thanks to my parents, actually. I'm afraid I would not be able to live on my own without their help.
You seem embarrassed.
Someday I hope to proudly offer my first publication to my parents. Until that day, I'll remain the failure of a son they have to support.
Vaya, vaya.
Tell me,
The place...
in what way?
The struggle by gaslight, the barren smiles and the added hunger under the rain.
If you say so.
Such vibrant antagonism and vivid paradox.
Vivid, of course, yes. And what about the poignant distress?
Oh yes, the poignant distress. You see what I mean, don't you? That's what I want to write about, and that's what Whitechapel is made of.
Do you not?
On the contrary,
What can you...
not much.
I'll leave you alone.
¿Dónde estará la cante sorda, muda, no? ¿A esa? Una gente. Perfecto. Ágil.
Lively! It's onto us! Run! Back to the shadows! Stop, Vampyr!
Hello, sir. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. I'm a doctor inquiring about the epidemic. May I come in?
A doctor, you say? No, thank you.
Nivel 3.
All right.
Radiante.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you a few questions. I know what you're thinking. A tall stranger who meets a girl in the street at night. It reeks of the penny dreadfuls. But I mean you no harm, truly. Tell me about Richard Nethercott. I understand he is quite fond of you, Camellia.
Esa nota.
I know you understand what I'm saying. Your silence has nothing to do with you being mute, does it? Camellia, I know you work for Dorothy Crane.
Elia, eres puta, pero sigo preguntándote cosas.
Dispensary. A stubborn and mute comrade. Nurse Crane and Darius Petrescu have been clever. Very well. Goodbye then.
A ver, si hay algo más.
Hello again. Very... The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter. Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in.
Qué calores.
Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again. Go away.
Sir, wait. Stop this nonsense. I know Nurse Crane is here. Shall we speak man to man, you and I?
All right. Speak up.
Don't you see we're on the same side? We fight to help the poor, sick, and abandoned.
I'm nothing like you, Mr. Doctor.
Yes, you are. You too believe in providing medical care without charge. You know what we have to sacrifice to make the world a better place.
I have to admit your words have conviction. All right, I'll let you see, Dorothea. Don't make me regret this, though.
Así bicho grande me suena uno que hay que matar con lanzamisiles. Creo que es que tiene ahí para los misiles. Puedes recargar ahí, creo, con un RPG. Está bien, entonces en casa la gente. Dejo jugar porque confío en ti. Confía en mí. Mario. Vale, porque maravilla.
you want to talk to Dorothea, you must go across the courtyard and take the stairs.
We've not been formally introduced. May I ask your name and occupation, sir?
I am Darius Petrescu. I'm here to keep snitches and spies away from Dorothea. And I also run this little print shop.
So Dorothy's real name is not Crane?
Like myself and many people in this area, Dorothea is from occupied Romania. That's all you need to know.
She seems important to the community.
More than you can imagine. The West End does not want to hear of Whitechapel's misery. Dorothea is one of the few doing something about it.
Vale.
Did you refuse to publish Richard Nethercott's previous works, Darius?
Yes. His manuscript is as pompous as he is starched. Now there's a man who loves the sound of his own voice.
You could have told him so.
As a great writer recently said, politeness is the most acceptable hypocrisy.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
About
I do
Camellia.
not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
Are you not worried for her safety?
She is as brave as she is tough, and clever too. If only I had met her when I was younger.
Are you in love with Camellia, Mr. Petrescu?
Don't be stupid. If I had met her when I was younger, we could have won our revolution.
Who is she, really? Do you know where she's from?
She's not from around here, that's all we know. Camellia is not even her name. It's her favorite flower.
You say she has no close family?
Well, there's that awful poet who constantly follows her around like a lost puppy. A good man for sure, but a very poor writer.
Tell me everything.
I do not...
Do you have any family left, Mr. Petrescu? Children or grandchildren?
Who knows? I have abandoned my people for so long, they might as well be dead. As dead as I am for them, I suppose.
Don't be embarrassed, sir. If you must know, my own father disappeared many years ago, and I forgave him.
It's quite awkward
Buenas,
to
Johan,
talk
¿qué
about
tal?
families like this,
No,
but
tío. Saludos.
thank you, Dr. Reed. I appreciate your trust.
This war won't last forever.
War. On mine.
Did you ever think of returning to your country now it's free?
No. I have taught strength and determination to my sons and daughters. I'm an old, dying man who only has memories of better times to cherish.
How did you meet Nurse Crane, Darius? Why does she trust you?
I'm her oldest friend in England. Dorothea and I share many ideas about this country and about the country we left.
You mean occupied Romania, don't you? Even if not directly, I fought against your enemies.
Really? Then perhaps you have more in common with Dorothea than meets the eye, Dr. Reed.
Serían alemanes. No sé quiénes invadieron Rumanía en la Primera Guerra Mundial.
I know you fought for your country when it was occupied, Darius. Tell me more about it.
I know my days are numbered, and I know I won't see my homeland again. But I fought for Romania all my life, and I will until my last breath.
But Romania escaped the grasp of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It's a free country again.
But it's not the country I fought for. My homeland is not appeased, Doctor. And I still see a dark future ahead for my people.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
Tremendo. Uy, chao. Desbloqueado. La puerta. Lo desbloqueo todo. Un poco mierda aquí. Eres por Dios. No se preocupen. Pobrecito. Carta a la enfermera Craig. Vale, claro. Un bicho malo.
I need help.
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Raz Van Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain. Diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Thank you, nurse. Anything else I should know?
He did lose consciousness this morning, but he's never had convulsions like these.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalpel! Hand me that scalpel!
Me cago, tracotomía lo cuento.
What can I do, Doctor?
It's too dangerous to operate with these convulsions. Sedative, nurse. Do we have any anesthetics?
I'm sorry, Doctor. None at all.
Agujero aquí, tío.
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor.
Qué pajita, ya.
He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy. Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, Doctor. He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's
Vale,
too
ya.
much blood.
Are you alright, Doctor?
Came.
I can't see.
Está poniendo palote de vampirismo.
I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, Doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor.
A dose of epinephrine, now.
Yes, Doctor.
Yeah.
We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could. Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but... I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
Con chupitas ahí. Bueno, pues nada.
I doubt you're here to test my bedside manners. I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
I've come to put an end to this insufferable blackmailing, Dorothy.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
But why Lady Ashbury? Why her, of all people?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the poor for sport. I have her where she belongs, and I'll milk her for all she's got.
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest man. He wouldn't have refused your friend's care at Pembroke.
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for everything.
So, the end justifies the means. Is that your defense?
I know you're kind, Doctor. Just another fine-heeled, silver-spooned gentleman who was given the world on a platter. You know nothing of poverty. Nothing of the shame, the hunger, the loneliness.
Oh, ahora Ay. Servicio médico de la Primera Guerra.
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
Oh.
Listen very carefully, Dorothy. You will erase from your memory everything you pretend to know about Lady Ashbury and Pembroke Hospital.
Let that rich bitch off the hook over my dead
Nurse
body.
Crane, enough. Listen as if your life depended on every word. I know you've a generous heart who gives freely to those in need, but you shall walk away from the shadier streets of your business.
I will never abandon...
Dorothy, the discussion has come to a close. Your clandestine activities in the Resistance are over. Let it go.
I'll let it go. Yes. All gone.
El de cautivar. Sí, pero el nivel ese de cautivar. Vale. ¿Qué le está pasando? ¿Qué le pasa ahí en la... ¿Pero qué le pasa ahí en la zona pélvica? Este vibration.
I cannot enter.
¿Eh?
This one stinks already. He's dead! That's gotta hurt!
¿Mataron al viejo o qué? No sé a quién mataron, ¿verdad?
Get them weapons ready! Stand one! Filthy fucking beast! Filthy pieces! Mind this fight! Burn this boys! The leech has teeth!
Hijos de puta. A ver si está el paisano limpiando.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Come on in.
No, vale. No espero nada, vale.
Yes?
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
Distribute flowers at this hour of night.
A ver. Debería...
Colossus. Perhaps I should.
¿Dónde está mi tuguri? A ver. Voy a marcar mi tugurio, ¿no? Pienso. Digo.
Joe, please, I don't have your money.
Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You pay for peace of mind.
Can't you just look the other way this week, Joe? Come on, we can sort it out, right?
It's not my call, Barrett. You paid one way or another.
Please, Joe. How long have we known each other? We even used to be neighbours, for Christ's sake.
I
Ah,
prefer
espera.
not to give you another beating, Barrett.
Buenas, Julián Mauricio, tío, ¿qué pasa? Estoy
Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure,
vampirando un poco.
sure.
Antes de ir a la cama.
Suffering in this world.
Ay. Vamos a ver este chavalín.
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
Would it ease tensions with your father if he got an honest job? Because he tried, you know.
I can't say. I'd be glad if he dropped his thuggish activities. but I'm not sure it would be enough.
Vaya
Why
voz
is
que
that?
tiene.
Sometimes I suspect it's me,
¿Cómo
Dr.
es?
Reed. Or it's this life. It's like I can't find my place.
Your father and Mr. Lewis used to be good friends. What happened, Harry?
I was young then. I don't remember Mr. Lewis ever coming back again after my mother died. Or was it after my father started bullying him? I don't know.
Have you tried speaking to Mr. Lewis about it?
I don't go out often, but yes. And he scolded me and told me to leave him alone. I guess my father frightens him too much.
But you are not responsible for your father's actions.
Am I not? Dad always says that he joined that gang for my safety. So if I wasn't born, people wouldn't be worrying about Colossus Joe.
Do you remember when Barrett Lewis was close to your family? To your mother?
Not really. I was too young. But I remember it was a happier time. Mr. Lewis was funny. He often had dinner with us.
How was he towards you?
He was nice, I guess. He never forgot my birthday. He always offered me books. I liked books.
Why are you sad then?
Because it hurts to remember a time when my father used to laugh and smile. It hurts to realise he's as sad as me now.
De manera chico con este.
Goodbye, young man. Take care
Bye,
of yourself.
Bye.
Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
Supuestamente hay. Pues... Ah, no. Sí, ahí sí me puedo. Vale.
It's locked.
Toma. No. Estuve yo ahí. Era otra. Tío.
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Ah, son matones. Anda. para hacer. Botan. Ah, vale. Vale, pero no es el final del juego. Pero yo, de juego. A ver, ¿ves? No, 3. Bueno. Caras. Buenas, Harvey, ¿qué tal? Harvey Alexander. Tío, tío. A ver. No. A ver. Claro. Puedo. Vale. Creo que... Vale. Vamos. Ahí vamos. A la noche. Vale. ¿Sabes? Perdona. Kitty. Extraño. Vale. No sé. No, ¿qué hacer? Infinito, cabrón. No mire las armas, tío. Okay. Sí, frío. Ya me jodieron. Bueno, Cucarachín, ¿qué pasa, tío? Ya está. Te van a dar la vuelta al... Estuve ahí... Joder, curando a gente, pero no.
Locked, all right. It's locked, all right.
¿Qué pasó? Así que bien. Bien, bien, bien. Ah, fue bien, fue bien.
It's locked, all right.
Fue bien, tío. Al final es la semana que viene. No tengo vacaciones. Así que bueno, según cómo tengo yo esta semana. Cómo la acabe, cómo avance el curro. Que esto es... No dejar tareas a medio, me refiero, ¿eh? Igual la pospongo un poco. Si no, si va bien, si vamos bien, entonces las cojo y ya tocamos. Yo qué sé, lo fueron dos. Hago un fin de largo. Quito 2 días para hacer otro fin de largo. Está mal. A ver, ¿quién está malo aquí? Tal. No. No. Vale. Vale, no lo tengo. Vale.
Good evening, Milton.
Good
¿Tú qué
evening,
tal,
Doctor.
Cucarachín? ¿Cómo
Still
fue?
trying to save lives?
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm afraid I do.
Our job brings us in.
That's easy for you to say.
Goodbye, Milton.
Vale.
Hello again, Mr. Thatcher.
Te
Do you
ocurro.
feel
Ahora
any
sí
better
paso.
now?
Paso.
Goodbye, Mr. Thatcher. Try to take care of yourself.
Al dormir avanza al punto.
Hello again.
I'm eternally grateful, Doc.
Why do you stay?
It's complicated.
Can you speak?
Rats, sir.
What can you tell me about the
war? Was...
Did you know Oswald?
No. We met in the battlefield. I think we're in...
I fought in France.
Yeah. The first time I was wounded, I had to protect...
You are always welcome.
I'm not giving up on bringing Oswald back.
Perhaps he needs...
Could you speak to him?
What caused...
It happened last year following an artillery...
Go on.
He started eating me as soon as I dozed.
I see.
No, you don't.
Goodbye, Mr.
Sí, esto murió al principio. Desangrada, supongo, bueno, no ha salido más. Tampoco son de la llevaron, nada. Quedó ahí, yo creo, nada. En principio sí, esto que salga un poco como parada. Salga de nuevo, parada, la dejamos ahí. Podría ser, ¿no? Pero bueno. Yo. Perfecto. Un poco pesado lo de correr, tío. La barra del hambre, sí, la de la última, la rojita. Con esa barra puedes hacer las magias estas. Comerte a ti mismo, por ejemplo. Para subirte la verde, que es la vida. La verde llega a... Pierdes todo lo verde, pues a tomar por culo. Y la amarilla es la resistencia. Al morder, ahora ya los combates ya los tengo más mejor enfocados. Chap. Ven. Ay, hay un ven. Estamina. Sí, las bloqueando según vas avanzando sin mayor misterio, ¿verdad?
Steady, boys!
O sea que aquí no era tú. Sí. Ahí. No lo sé si era yo. Quería ir.
I cannot enter.
Está cerrado. Pero pues, igual yo que sé, igual. Otro momento. Pero bueno, en plan es un poco... Al final se los bloquea con una misión o algo de eso, ¿eh? Subí aquí. Está guapo, usados.
Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind?
Todavía no.
Goodbye, miss.
Me puse con este saco. Espérate. Sí.
Good evening, Christina.
Change.
Do you need any assistance?
It.
I am shocked.
Forgive my suspicion. I'm so...
Goodbye, miss.
Vale, estoy curando la peña. Vale. Calle de vuelta. Esta no es. Intentando buscar para las faltas. También andan por aquí, porque lo miré, pero una mierda. Extraño no tener paseado. Rebrilla un poco así lo que es. ¿Verdad? Extraño. Alba. Este que está aquí. No, este no es. Chavalín. Marco la visión esta de... No, vergas. Sí. Tom. Que no sé, la verdad que no tampoco sé si es que no llegué a esta parte. Porque la verdad que sobre todo mirar todas las mierdas que brillan. Son cadáveres. Me comió. Coño, tío. ¿No ves? Ahí está abierto los brillos. Los hombres, mira. Puta. También he estado. Tú vean. Aquí maté a los putos esos. Ah, bueno, mira, vamos al evento. Aquí estamos. Nosferatu. Me cagó. Ah, ¿sabes? Enfermera. Y me mató, chaval. No por... Joder, ya, chaval. El evento este. Espero que pueda volver luego a sacarlo. Pero. A ver, va a buscarlo. Vampyr. Evento. Ahí me dijo. Ven. Hola. No dice nada, no. Lo de los eventos. Pero mira. A ver. Aquí. Esto, evento. Ha ocurrido un evento desconocido, pero voy. O sea, es por mi. O sea, por mi. Por mi decisión, vamos. Por lo que escogí. Por la opción que escogí. Ahora está convertida en vampira una de las enfermeras. Encima la que estaba buena. Vaya. Vaya por Dios. Hola. Williams, Josué, Pico Suárez, bienvenido, tío. Muchas gracias. Bienvenido sea usted. Pero que pegan unas hostias, por eso digo yo que no sé si esto del evento. Aquí, ¿no ves? Dead Inside. Y no sé si esto del evento. Hay que pasárselo por cojones. O si se puede pasar más adelante. O igual hay que pasarse en el capítulo 2, a eso me refiero. Es mi duda. Pero no encontré información al respecto. No sé si tiene límite de tiempo, vaya, le ven. ¿No estás puto? No te veo. Este gol sí compensa tenerlo marcado, pero como se... No, pero más que obligatorio. Buenas, Gabri. ¿Qué tal, hermosa? Como... Si no lo haces... El problema está que no lo puedes hacer después. Seguramente aquí está claro que lo que da más experiencia es matar a la gente. O sea, matarla no a combate, matarla alimentándote de ella, vamos. Civiles y no civiles. Bueno, estos no, pero personajes secundarios. No echado los mensajes de YouTube en la pantalla. Y ayer salían, tío, me di cuenta. Ah, no, es que no están escribiendo en YouTube, calla, joder. Que Gabri está en Facebook. Un momento, voy a hacer la prueba. Gracias, cucaracho. Voy a hacer la prueba, No hay nadie en YouTube. Sí, ahí está, ahí está. Que me queda ahora un poco pillado. O sea, es raro. El YouTube está un poco trambólico, pero no tanto. A ver, ¿qué tal? 65, 70, 60, 10. $110 de daño. Voy a probar, a ver. Por probar. La porrongaluna, más lenta de ataque. Culo. Bueno, por probarla, ¿no? Me la como. Oh, pues mira, fue útil al final. No la dejo que me escupa esa mierda ácida. La mierda me hizo antes, me tiró una mierda abrasiva y me mató la puta de... Tratamiento para la cefalea. Ergotamina y opio. Flor bonita, cheline. ¿Y qué hago yo con esas piernas?
I cannot enter.
Eso era el evento, ¿verdad? Sí. Van por culo el evento. Oye, la porra esta al final estuvo bien, ¿eh? Un poco lenta. Pero se quedan de 2 hostias que le des. Se quedan pajaritos. Es maravilloso. A ver qué tenemos por aquí. Está lejos. Está muerto el pilar de la comunidad. Vale, vamos a encontrar a Benjamín. Que no me acuerdo. Ah, creo que no me acuerdo. Ah, sí. Ah, no. Al Darius. Tiene bronquitis. A ver si le puedo. Darius debería estar aquí, ¿no?
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Vaya, vaya.
It's locked.
Benjamin Palm. Migraña, pero para la migraña. Pues a mí que no tengo nada.
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help?
Ah, mira quién es, joder. Borracho.
You don't seem well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel ill, sir. It's like I'm never right.
I will see you later. A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail.
Sano.
It's locked.
La cosa cerrada. ¿Ves? Es lo que me refería yo, cucaracha. Está una cosa cerrada de repente. Actualmente pues llegarás por otro sitio y abres esa puerta. Cuando toque ir por misión o por lo que sea. Es un poco... La forma. No, aquí está. Chavalico. Jugando un pitillo ahí, ¿eh?
I'm not your boy, all right? Now piss off.
Tan duros estos cabrones.
Do you need assistance?
Please. Feeling tired these days.
Tanto estar con el tío. No conviene tanto tiempo con el tito. Vamos a dar un remedio.
Let's hope nobody steals it from you.
Very funny.
Preguntas personales. Una.
Goodbye, young man.
Doctor, el médico de cabecera. A todos, todo el puto juego. O sea, en cada puto momento, cada vez que vaya a dormir, tengo que mirar si alguno se pone mal o fabricarle la. Para coñazo. Coño. Coñazo gigante, ¿viste? Pero que no, parece ser que sí, porque. O igual este evento que pasó ahora, que es precedente, que os cuento, igual es que tiene que ser así. Por cojones. Está cerrado también. El señor moría. Nada. Ay, Dios. Hostia puta. De WhatsApp. Estoy yendo para lo contrario de la iglesia.
It's locked, all right.
Otra que.
Imprisoned by your daily routine. Unable to see through.
Yo que no veo nada que brille. Así que o no es aquí o no es esta iglesia. También puede ser que no es esta iglesia, que haya otra iglesia. Un poco. Especialito.
Hello again, miss. Very well.
Ay.
Goodbye then.
Lo que me hace, hijo puta. Con tu luz sagrada.
This man stunned me with his faith. His crucifix. This is not good news.
Ya el palo este me gusta. Mira, llegaremos a una puerta que estará cerrada. Si lo viera. Oh Dios, qué susto.
I cannot enter.
¿Ves? Vale. Araña. Queda dar de 3. ¿Veis? No tengo para mí. Joder. Cerca de casa. Espérate a ver. Si no puedo ir ahí a coger algo. Más poción.
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Bueno, y las armas. Las armas también, joder. ¿Por qué me sale ahí? Ah, porque tengo una. Super daño, chaval. Una mierda. Una mierda. Nada mal, la puta madre. Tiene que haber también uno aquí de reciclaje. Pero bueno. No, bastantes. No me deja pasar, así que tome por culo. Western. Aquí no podía pasar. Para la línea. La verdad que no tengo ni puta.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
Sí, que te vas a morir.
Is there anything else that's bothering you?
Really?
Unfortunately. Goodbye for now, Mr.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Helen. As for me...
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son?
Do you require...
Do you know? Well, at least...
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswin.
Un poco rápido porque...
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Do you need my assistance? Then you are... Thank you for your time.
A curación, vamos, rápida de cojones.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Do you need medical... Well, the Don't... And then... Goodbye, Mr. Jadal.
Do you, sir? You won't need any of these anyway. I'm not stealing from you, mister. I'm only redistributing your belongings to people who need them more than you. You see, no one has claimed your body, sir, so it would be such a shame to bury you with your valuables. I will not forget you, sir. And I thank you for your generous donation.
Qué puto chaval.
Good evening, Mr. L.
Evening.
Soldier.
Not really.
As long as you remain...
Don't.
Why do you feel
I wasn't disfigured by any jet.
Vaya hambre.
Tell me what really happened then.
I went with a whore.
Salí con una fulana.
Dead drunk I was. The hotel was a shithole. There was a fire that night.
Did you start the fire? Were you trying to avoid going back to the front? That's not uncommon, you know.
No. It's just that I was asleep when the flames reached the room.
The girl was long gone. Bitch never woke me up. Left me to burn.
Vaya.
Why lie about it? Come on. It's one thing to come back disfigured by the Germans, and it's another to get injured in an accident that could have happened to anybody.
Reconstructive surgery has been very successful for some soldiers.
I don't want to wear a bloody
Las
mask for the
máscaras
rest
del
of my
mo.
life. I'd rather stay here and just be forgotten.
Me cagué.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Good evening, nurse.
Good evening.
Do you require Goodbye, nurse.
Cefalea.
Good
Igual es la que me...
evening. Do you need... Don't get me...
Tengo dos.
I'm
Toma.
certain you have... Goodbye, Mr.
Todos en tratamiento, tío. Puto amo. Aquí faltan... bronquitis. Sí, sí que tengo para la bronquitis, pero... ¿dónde está?
Stay away! Steady, boys! Got one of them here!
What's happening to you? Filthy fucking beast!
Hay una cosa ahí que ruge mucho, ¿eh? Estaba atrás. No, está aquí, joder. No, mierdas. ¿Por ahí dónde se va? Vale. ¿Qué es esto? Interesante. No me dice nada.
Heartens me to know you can't see me, my sweet queen. Perhaps we should have listened to what the idiot had to say first.
Ahí está Rufus.
Evening, Rufus.
Evening, motherfucker.
Do you need help?
A real doctor caring about me. That's a first. I feel like a real person.
Yes.
A real doctor treats everyone the same, Rufus.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So long, Rufus. Be careful.
Ahora puedo interrogar a la vieja. También. ¿Dónde está la vieja? A ver.
Good evening, madam. It's Dr. Reed again. May I come in?
You best come back in the morning, Doctor.
The disease takes away the good people too, madam. Why not?
Qué sospechoso,
It's Mrs. Fishburne. Stella Fishburne. And yes, indeed. Why not let a doctor in?
Just grow eyes in the back of that head, sir. Gentlemen are easy targets in these
En un registro en la casa.
It's locked, all right.
Estoy seguro que solo se abre cuando matas al dueño. Ya viendo lo que pasó con la otra.
Yes.
Forgive my rudeness at the door.
How is life around here?
Life has always been hard in the East End. But it's everywhere nowadays, isn't it?
Do you think the increase in violence has anything to do with the epidemic?
Don't know. But it's most likely linked to the gangs, if you ask me. Recently, it's like everyone has had to pick a side.
Violence has always fed on poverty, don't you think? It's a cruel law of the human condition.
And selfishness is their rotten fruit. These days, you can just die in the gutter, and no one will bat an eye.
May I ask what you do for a living, Mrs. Fishburne?
Since my husband died, I worked at the Dawson Rope factory, but it closed before the war. I occasionally help at the night asylum, in exchange for food.
Did your husband die in the war?
Oh no, my Jack was a docker. He died when my Seymour was just a lad. The poor boy saw his dad slip and fall from that scaffolding.
How do you pay the rent, then?
My Seymour works at the docks, just like his dad. He's very attached to the house he grew up in. It's not always easy, but we get by all right.
Mierda, ya no puedo matar al hijo.
The orphan that regards you as a mother. Please tell me about him, Stella.
You mean Rufus? I wish I could do even more for the poor boy. Most people are so selfish.
But you're not.
Years may have passed, but I haven't forgotten how it feels to go through days with nothing but an empty stomach.
Esto es la... Vale. Voy a por mierda. Bueno.
Your son's gone way beyond simply bullying people. He has a taste for blood, and you know it, don't you, Stella?
One night, he told me straight up, in his own words. It was several days after one of his episodes.
Psycho.
Why did he confess? Did you suspect something?
No. I guess he wanted his old mum to help him fight his, demons.
Did Seymour tell you everything that night?
More than I could stand. The words he used to describe his hate, his rage, how he feels when he's done it.
Pues está abierta otra ventana. It's impossible. No está. What the f... Cerrado todo, Cucarachín, ¿qué gusta, tío? Hombre, a ver, claro. Los juegos de rol, tío. Son la polla, tío. Por eso, a ver, sí me gusta que... o sea, sí me gusta que tenga, digamos, consecuencia lo que dices, ¿no? O lo que haces. Cosa que sí pasa aquí. Pero también me gusta saber... Quiero decir, me gusta, por ejemplo, que si te van robando en su casa se enfaden, por ejemplo, ¿no? O te ataquen o lo que sea. Lo que no me gusta es que aleatoriamente, pues tú estás aquí y escoges una de estas, pero bueno, por lo que sea, ¿no? Escoges una de estas y de repente la tía se enfada, no se sabe muy bien por qué, porque cualquiera de las tres opciones, no ninguna es una falta de respeto ni nada, se enfada, le parece mal, lo que sea, y ya te sale aquí con esa pista, ya no la puedes abacar. Pero bueno, pues eso es un poco, no sé lo que... Yo qué sé, normalmente en los Baldur's Gate, en los juegos de rol clásicos, siempre la respuesta se ve que es cruel o que es... Y de hecho cuando haces cosas crueles, matas, robas, no sé cuánto, en ese juego, los compañeros que vas encontrando por el camino, ellos son buenos o malos o neutrales o lo que sea. Cuando son buenos, si tú andas robando, andas matando a la gente, te van diciendo, te van dando toques, te van diciendo, no, tío, no me está gustando cómo estás. Y los malos lo mismo, si haces cosas buenas, pues te protestan igual. Y en el momento que se te hinchan los cojones, pues te atacan. Los propios compañeros. Yo creo. Eso yo creo que pasa también en el Fallout y en el Skyrim, que te dejan de seguir, creo. O directamente no te siguen porque eres muy bueno o muy malo, con tu reputación. Eso sí está guay. No me gusta tampoco que puedas decir todo en el texto. ¿Sabes? Si el texto es todas las opciones, y para que hacen un menú y nada. El siguiente, que le pregunta uno de algo, pim pam pam, todo y ya está. Aquí, por ejemplo, sí que se bloquean. No sé si todas. ¿Por qué proteges
Stella, I know you are ashamed of your son's crimes. So why do you protect Seymour?
I can't report my own son, can I?
No son todas.
Not a burden
Las
I could bear.
opciones.
Burden?
Pero hay algunas que sí escoges
They'd hang him for sure.
una línea de diálogo y no puedes volver atrás y repetirlo con la otra línea. Y hay otros juegos que sí. No sé qué dijo la señora.
I'm convinced you raised Seymour the best you could. You're not responsible for what he became.
If someone ever found the
Demons, Seymour needs your help to fight.
Seymour used to be such a happy child. And he is still a helping son most of the time. But when he gets angry, he can hardly contain his rage.
All men and women are born innocent, Mrs. Fishburne. But there can be a monster within any of us.
Do you think he can be cured, Doctor? Do you think something can extinguish this rage inside my Seymour?
La mente humana es un misterio. ¿Qué le decimos a esto?
There is no cure for murder, Mrs. Fishburne. Only justice.
There ain't no hope then. Somehow, somewhere, my son has turned into a monster, and nothing will bring him back.
Exacto. Está todo.
Goodbye, Miss Fishburne. Take care of yourself.
Yeah. Bien.
Let's grow eyes in the back of that head, sir. Gentlemen are
Estoy andando en la mierda.
Evening, Miss.
O sea, es un...
So long.
No sé. No sé qué es. No me dice nada. Todo secretico. Está... cucu de la cabeza. Pero bueno. Alguien tendrá que pagar los platos rotos, tío. ¿Qué pasó? Va, a ver. Tampoco quiero enfrentarme mucho aquí a... Pero bueno, creo que me va a tocar. Ah, mira, aquí sí estuve, joder, aquí fue donde murió la hermana, ¿era? No, la hermana no era, acá. Fue al principio de la investigación. Oye, pero todo de pollas es esto. Sí. Seguro que se ha quedado atacado el trayecto. A ver. Ay, Dios. Ah, sí, sí, está cerrado. Me parece a mí. Ah, pero es que no sé. Joder. ¡Anda! No va a ser.
I cannot enter.
Lo mismo, está cerrado. Está cerrado por aquí. Está cerrado. Por aquí. Supongo que aquí estará cerrado también. Así que voy a abortar en esa misión. Y voy a volver al hospital. Formar a Lady Vergas. Ay, ay, ay. Unos cejas así de padre. Vale, cucarachín. Ahora, tío.
Leech spotted! Watch out, boys!
Muy mierdas estos,
It's locked, all right.
¿Hasta dónde va? Ah. Bueno, mira, otra que está cerrada. Ya estaba buscando acceso. Se lleva clara. Madre mía. Polar.
Did you hear me? Leave! We have to stop it!
Ya les quedó la cabeza plancha. Se ha cerrado también, ¿no? Sí.
I cannot enter.
Claro. Va a descubrimiento la porra esta y la tengo desde un cojón de tiempo. Joder. Ahí no va a haber nada, así que paso. No me acuerdo dónde estaba la puerta. Aquí está. Que le pillé a este robando cadáveres.
Such a pleasure to see you again.
How dare you steal from the dead, Rakesh? Is that what your pawnbrokers is really about?
These people are dead, sir. What they possessed could be useful for the living. And I'm sure they would agree if they could speak.
You should show respect for the dead. What about their loved ones who may treasure these items you sell?
The bodies I watch over are the unwanted and undesired, sir. I would never deprive anyone of their family art.
Cuidado aquí con el... Vaya moral que tiene el hijo puta. Ética. A ver
Please
qué
show
ven.
me what you have to sell. Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
Ya. Dinero, es que el dinero tampoco, bueno, 15. Vale, todo 15.
It's locked, all right.
La verdad que debería comérmelo y robarle lo que tiene en ese cofre, pero seguramente será una mierda en ese cofre. ¿Para qué esforzarse? Hostia, qué susto. Hija puta. Me han pillado, señora.
I would ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
Puta chupona.
You killed him. He trusted you. And you killed him.
Spare me your sarcasm, Jonathan. You are but newly born in this world.
So in the end, the accusation was true, wasn't it?
The situation is somewhat awkward nonetheless. I have not been observed sustaining myself for many decades. I have to say I'm a trifle embarrassed.
Anyway, I have concluded my inquiries concerning your blackmailer.
I see. Please excuse my agitated state. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let anyone see me in this condition.
The case is closed, your ladyship. The person who took advantage of you has, shall we say, seen the error of her ways.
So who was it?
My lady, the blackmailer was dealt with using the utmost discretion. The culprit's identity is of no relevance.
Thank you, Jonathan. That is exactly what I needed from you. You have proven your loyalty, so, as a friend, please accept this small token of my appreciation.
Thank you, my lady.
Joder,
If you have
dinero.
an inclination to learn more about vampires
desilusión.
or your current situation, I will be glad to aid you in your quest for knowledge.
Sobre mi señora es ella. ¿Sabes que era? Ah, no, que eso no era mi señora, mi hermana, la otra.
I don't understand. Why was I created and then left for dead?
No se me crearon.
That is a
Error.
question only the one who made you can answer. It's not normal practice. I doubt even if you find him, he will answer you, considering how cruelly he treated you.
So me being a vampire could have been a mistake.
I very much doubt it, Jonathan. Contrary to the legends, it is not as simple to make another vampire by just biting someone.
I'd like to avoid creating another vampire by mistake anyway. Tell me, how is it done?
The process is dangerous. It could even kill your potential progeny. If you did decide to sire an offspring, they must drink of your blood, Jonathan.
I've been hearing a voice talking in my head. Is this some kind of insanity? It feels like the voice of the vampire that created me.
Hush. Tell no one this. It would be unwise to talk of such things amongst British immortals. Speak no more of your maker.
How could this cause offense?
Only the powerful immortals can mentally call to their progeny. No vampire or hunter will sleep easy, knowing that an unidentified elder is stalking the streets of London.
Lo voy a poner porque lo dejas coger, pero es una pregunta ridícula.
Are you my maker?
Me? Goodness, no. Only a foolish immortal would create a progeny without taking precaution, and I'm no fool.
Very well, very well.
A vampire? Is that what I am? What we are?
Yes.
Such a crude word, defined by
No, esta segunda y BO2. BO.
No. You are now an Ekon, and that you shall remain.
Are you an Ekon too?
Yes, I am. We are the closest thing to what man refers to as vampires. Forget what you think you know about us.
So we are Ekons. How can I identify us amongst other vampires?
How to put it? All Ekon are vampires, but all vampires are not Ekon. We are but a branch of the immortal tree.
Me tengo que ir a mear. Esto es otra parrafada. No sé. Joder, pensar que esta misión me la quería pasar antes de cenar, tío. No mames.
I know this is beyond the pale, but may I inquire your age?
Really?
Quiero ya meterle
And I
gacho.
thought you were gentlemen. If you must know, I'm 27. I've been 27 for a long time now.
Ah, mira,
I'm 27,
cucarachos, hasta
I
como
shall
yo.
remain.
Pero llego 24.
Very well. But I believe there is more to this than you are saying.
A lady has to have some secrets.
And who bestowed upon you this
Vale.
eternal youth?
My maker. He left this isle a long time ago.
Why does Dr. Swansea allow you to feed on the patients of the hospital?
Dr. Swansea is a good and compassionate man. He is trying to find a solution for our hunger. Until that happens, he is clever enough to understand that I only feed upon the dying.
Ya.
And no one suspected you of the murders.
As you well know, suspicion has recently fallen on me of killing for pleasure. But you have my word, Jonathan. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
What do you know about this Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole?
The Brotherhood is well known amongst London vampire society. As long as our kind is discreet, and as long as they do not interfere, we have come to a mutual understanding.
Why did you save me in the canning factory?
I could hardly stand by and watch such a promising young blood as yourself be torn to shreds by some gutter scowl.
William Bishop wasn't the vampire that created me then.
No, Jonathan. Whatever their strength and demeanor, Scowls are the progeny of careless vampires. It cannot be the other way round.
Curioso.
What type of vampire is a Scowl?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild, slaves to their baser instincts.
Muy bien, señora, muy bien.
I've been away from London and England for 3 years.
Things have gone from bad to worse here, Jonathan. I've lived in this city for a long time, and I've never seen it like this.
La gripe española, y dale con la gripe
Spanish flu has hit London that bad.
Yes, but it's not just
Yes.
that.
No,
I've
David.
heard things.
Joderse.
Things I've not heard for a very, very long time. There are whispers in the shadows. Something far worse than the Spanish flu is here in the city.
What is it you fear?
Fear has long since flown this form. But there is something malevolent circling us. I feel fear is merely waiting in the wings.
When I awoke, changed, I was...
Though I can't be certain. More than likely, it was the once glorious Guard of Priwen.
Antaño glorioso.
Glorious, but still dangerous.
They have seen better days, but all fanatics are dangerous. You would be wise to stay clear. They are sworn to destroy our kind.
You make them sound like some sort of cult.
More a society. And like all the best ones, a secret society. I thought them almost gone, but it seemed they have been recruiting.
Are there many
Immortals are of a rare breed, and we often tend to hide. But you may occasionally meet some of us at night.
Do you know
Serán cordiales.
Have you an idea of the identity of the vampire who attacked me?
You mean your maker? No, Jonathan, I have no clue. But I fear he or she is as careless as cruel. To let you discover your new condition by yourself.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, you may discover an immortal in the deep of the night. But we are a rare and reclusive breed. Our progeny is almost never accidental.
Will they all be as affable as you, my lady?
I do not see why not. But remember, even the shark smiles before he bites.
The sharks.
That sounds like a lesson from experience.
Vampire politics are as intricate and sometimes tedious as a game of chess in a gentleman's club. I've learned from experience it is best to decline to play.
I bid you farewell. For now, my lady. I must quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient.
Recuperando. No se sabe si bien lo que habría, lo que no.
It needs water.
Ojo. El cuerpo de Vampyr. Ah, de la mía. Motores.
Razvan Vasily was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Skulls. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? I should talk to Dr. Swansea about it.
Capítulo 3. Historia familiar. Pues paso al capítulo 3, que lo dejo aquí, obviamente. Ya está. Que nada, señores. Bueno, al acabarme el juego me voy. Bueno, pues déjame enganchar. A ver qué pasa. Al 2. Y va a estar en plan. Bien. Pues veremos. Y tío, cada vez que vas a dormir, pasan cosas. Así cada vez que te vas a dormir, vas a cucarachín. ¿Lo a cortar ya? Sí. Toda esta gente que sale aquí. Los que ya conozco, no lo conozco. Sale drogación. Y no sale ni bueno, ni nada, están sanos. Aquí están malitos. Hoy están malitos. Tienen 3. Pero sí, está claro que cada vez que duermes tienes que haber curado a la gente porque es cagada. Cagada. Pero bueno, es que ahora pasa el capítulo. Pasa el episodio 3. Entonces, bueno. Ya esto ya. Para mañana cuando sea. Va a haber un capítulo episodio para 2. Hoy en la última temporada. De hecho no la hay. Hay que verla en la web oficial. Está en inglés con inglés, pero bueno, da igual, se entiende. Y jaja. Tope con. Bueno, vi uno nada más. Porque bueno, los otros avanzaban mucho más porque lo ponía de fondo en un monitor y esto estaba haciendo cosas en el otro. Y yo que sé, cuando tal, pues miraba en un momento. Tampoco. Pero que al estar en español, pues lo vas oyendo. Pero claro, al estar en inglés, pues ya tengo que estar mirando los subtítulos. Y encima los subtítulos están en inglés, pues peor. Así que, bueno, pues nada, para ching y el resto. Gracias por pasar. Nos vemos. Pues anden con Dios, Venga, ya está chupada la semana. Ya casi estamos en el Ecuador. ¿Ecuador? Venga. Chao, chao.